Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turn to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helene Joseph, and I'll be your moderator this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Atlanta, London, Singapore, Africa, and Japan, and all other cities across the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Sade Adu, Dr. Adu is an award-winning coach, international speaker, best-selling author, and digital brand specialist. She has helped thousands of entrepreneurs globally create new revenue, build digital products, and connect with new clients. Dr. Sade combines her real-world experience with sound and practical business principles to support clients in achieving their business and life goals. Sade's signature frameworks provide a guided pathway for boosting your brand's credibility and overall visibility. Dr. Sade Adu, we're happy to welcome you onto the network.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today.
Oh, most welcome. I'm excited to hear from you. And as always, we want to let everyone know that genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you about building an online brand. As a Black business owner, it's super important that we leverage technology and digital marketing to grow our businesses. So I'm super excited. A little bit about me. I am a New Jersey native, but I live in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I've been in business for almost 10 years. We're going to be celebrating 10 years in June. And I'm on a mission. I started my business. We're talking about an international network and an international community. I actually started my business in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Now, I know that is a story within itself, but I took a leap of faith to leave everything that I knew in the United States to travel 5,483 miles around the world to start my career as an international educator. And a month before I resigned from my professional teaching job, I decided to start my business online. And when I decided to start my business online, it really was to inspire and motivate and help people. And I know how many of you are in business and you're like, I just want to help people. I want to make life better for other people. But I soon began to realize that we're really in business to make money. And dare I say, we're in business to make a profit. We have to understand, especially as Black business owners, that business is about income generating activities. And if we're committed to generational wealth, dynastic wealth that spans beyond our livelihoods, we have to be committed to making money. And one of the ways that I realized that I wanted to be able to do that in my mid 20s, now going into my mid 30s, was doing that online. So I want to talk a little bit about that. So that's what started this journey almost a decade ago, understanding that we had this powerful technology at our disposal and we really had to take full advantage of it, because if we didn't take advantage of it, trust and believe it was going to take advantage of us. But that's not how this story really started, because maybe like many of you, I grew up in a small town. It's the township. It actually was too big to be a town and too small to be a city. So it was called the Township of Irvington. And there, my parents told me to go to school and get a good job. And I know many people can relate to that. Go to school, get a good job, go to school, get a good job. So what does a smart, enterprising young lady as myself do? I listened to my parents and I went to school and I got a good job, right? I went to school and I went to the Morgan State University. Shout out to Baltimore, Maryland. I had a wonderful time at the Morgan State University and I got my bachelor's in history. And then I decided, because, it was this R word was creeping around the world. It was called a recession. You may have heard this word before. So as a smart kid with some student loans, right? What do? We go back to school. So I went up the street to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and then I got my master's in education. And again, when I went there was this thing called a hiring freeze. They were not hiring any educators. And at this time, I had an Ivy League degree and I still couldn't get a job. But it was cool because I was like, I'm going to go back to Jersey. I'm going to be a social studies teacher at my middle school. That was my goal. That was my aspiration. That's what I thought was going to make me extremely happy in life. How many of you know that when you make plans, they don't really work out that way, So there was an opportunity And for some of you, you might be on the cusp of an opportunity, and I want to encourage you to take that leap. There was this opportunity that there was a need for educators, but there was a hiring freeze in the place that I was at. So this need for educators, like I said, was 5,483 miles away in the Republic of Kazakhstan. So months later, after I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, I took a leap of faith. And that summer, I was living in the Republic of Kazakhstan, in the capital at the time called Astana. It changed my life. It allowed me to travel the world. It allowed me to see new things and new people. And I just thought that was going to be my life. I thought, okay, I'm not going to be a teacher in my middle school in Irvington. I'm going to be an international educator. But something else was brewing inside of me. There was something else, and I needed more. It wasn't enough to be hanging out and riding elephants in Bali and going to South Korea and living this great life in Singapore and doing all things that I was doing. I knew that there was more. So some of you are called to do more. Normal is not normal for you. It's super uncomfortable. There's an urge and a desire to do something different. So I'm talking to those people today. The ones that have an urge, the ones that have a desire, you want to do more, you want to be more, you want to be seen more, you want to create more in your life. And now is the time to make that happen. So I knew after 3 years of being in the Republic of Kazakhstan, it was something else that I needed to do. I was missing my family. And after being there so far away from my family and my siblings and my nieces and nephews, I knew that I needed to create something that allowed me to have the both and the and. So I'm a millennial, and one of our millennial flaws, or what the young folks call a toxic trait, is we believe we can do all the things, right? So there's no either or, it's a both and an and. So how do I live this great life where I've had the flexibility to travel while still making money, while still being able to be a present member of my family and be a great, rich aunt? That's what I wanted to do. So I needed to create something that allowed me to have that type of lifestyle. So before leaving my job, I went on the internet and I saw that you could become a life coach and you could inspire and help people. And I was doing that. People were watching my international journey and they were applying for international jobs. They were leaving the United States. They were doing something that was out of their comfort zone. They were able to do it because they saw that I was doing it. So if I was okay, they could be okay too. So I knew that I was starting something that was inspiring masses of people to make life transitions. And I knew that was just the beginning. So fast forward, I made a decision to take that leap of faith to start this business online. But how many of you know that you can have your logo, you can have some cute photos, you can have a website, but that's not a business? Okay, that's where we are today. So I'm gonna say, like the young folks say, we standing on business in this year of 2024. And I had to realize that I wasn't getting that paycheck anymore. Because let me tell you something, that good Kazakhstan oil money was not going in my bank account no more. So I had to realize and figure out, okay, if I really want to do this, I have to make money. And my first goal and my first benchmark was at least make what I made as a teacher. Can I at least recreate what I made overseas so that I could at least be stable? And one thing I did not mention in this story is that in addition to leaving my job and relocating back to the United States, I also had a bi-regional relocation as well, because I moved to Wisconsin to start my PhD. So for the bulk of me growing my business, I was a full-time doctoral student. So working on a PhD, working on a business. Listen, highly don't recommend it, okay? Let me just tell you, what was I thinking? Doing two extremely hard things at the same time. Let me just say, most people fail at getting a PhD or a higher level degree. Most people fail at business. And then I just had the guts and the audacity, the tenacity to say I wanted to do these two hard things at the same time. So that is the reality of where I was. But what I knew, because like I told you, I was smart. I knew that if I wanted to be successful in entrepreneurship, in business, the cheat code was to invest in mentorship. So in addition to going to school, I would go to school like Monday through Thursday, and then Thursday through Monday or Thursday through Sunday, I would be at events. I would be in masterminds. I would be at coaching programs because I really wanted to understand business. And if you are someone who's watching the Black Business Network, you are someone who wants to have a higher level understanding of entrepreneurship and business, because most people don't invest in their personal and professional development, but you're here watching this. You're watching all this hot pink goodness. That means you're in the right place at the right time, and that you understand that in order to get to your next level, it requires community. It requires competency, and it's going to require some cash flow. So we're going to talk about all of those things and more during our time together. Is that okay with you? I hope it is. Okay. So as I was going through this process and understanding that the cheat code was to find people who had done what I desired to do and talk to them, invest in them, be in their space, be mentored by them so that I could catapult my success and take my business to the next level. So if you're at whatever part of your business, it's always a good idea to invest and have mentors and be in communities and spaces where people are having these higher level conversations. Because understand, my family only taught me. I don't come from generations of entrepreneurship. We're the first generation of entrepreneurs, and we're building that yellow brick road, right? I'm Dorothy. I'm trying to figure out this thing on my own, and I'm creating something new for the next lineage, the next level of descendants in my family. So I'm passionate about entrepreneurship. I'm passionate about what entrepreneurship does for Black folks. I am passionate about this. And also, not only am I passionate about it, it became part of my doctoral research to understand what makes Black people, specifically Black women in business, successful. What's the secret sauce? How can we bottle it up? What's the science experiment that we got to create to bottle it up so that we can duplicate this over and over again? Because Black women specifically are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. They're also the fastest growing group of degree recipients. And I wanted to understand, how can we produce, and also the fastest failing group of entrepreneurs, okay, for several reasons. And I wanted to understand what we could do to reproduce success. So I interviewed people who were successful. And I'll talk a little bit about that in my presentation. But today you're here because we're talking about entrepreneurship and building a brand. But I want you to know that you're sowing a seed in good ground. If you're listening to me, know that I know a little bit something about what I'm talking about, okay? I just want you to know. So let me introduce myself. I own a company. It's called Savvy Solutions Consulting. I'm a digital marketing strategist, an international speaker, a best-selling author, a life lover, an aunt of like 14, 15 kids. You know, my family was fruitful and they multiplied and they kept multiplying. And I am so passionate and excited that I get a chance to help experts, entrepreneurs, educators, speakers, graphic designers, service providers, and brick and mortar owners build profitable brands. I help them leverage their experience, their expertise, and their education, and we package it into an online business and a brand that gets you paid, okay? Because you should be compensated for your expertise. So let's dig right in. I want you to be clear. When I started on the internet, I really thought that the internet was a waste of time. I was a very studious student. I was like doing my homework. And then they said, oh, you need to be online. And I said, why? Like, you're trying to give me one more thing to do to waste my time? I need to focus on school. But what I did not realize at that time, that I was on the cusp of something absolutely powerful. I was on the cusp of watching social media and digital media make millionaires. And what I loved most about this was I watched it make Black millionaires, Black multimillionaires, and they looked like and sounded like me, and they had braids and they wore pink lipstick and had colorful nails, just like me. And you can imagine how powerful it was to see people like me do this. But I had to understand that I had to break it down. So I want to give you an opportunity to learn how you can break this down. And I've had the opportunity to work with amazing people from around the world, in Asia, in Africa, South America, Canada, throughout the United States, helping them build their businesses and support entrepreneurs and experts around the world. And what I want to talk to you about today is, how do we get down to the basics? Like, if you're just starting out, even if you're thinking about rebranding and you want to leverage social media, okay? Because as we can see, it's not going to go anywhere. It's evolving. We see the onset of artificial intelligence. And this is the thing. I think about the movie Hidden Figures, right? These women worked at NASA and they saw the writing on the wall. They saw that computers was going to take over their jobs. So instead of allowing it to just happen naturally, they said, we're going to learn this technology. We're going to take this opportunity and we're going to become the experts and we're going to leverage this technology. So when they need to know how to use this technology, they're going to come to us and we're going to make ourselves even more valuable because we can see the writing on the wall. This is going to take up our jobs, right? The same thing is happening with artificial intelligence. The same thing is happening with rapid advancements in technology. And it is important that people of color, people of the African diaspora take full advantage of the opportunities that we have at our disposal. Because if you have one of these things, you have the opportunity to create millions within the palm of your hand. If you got one of these and some good Wi-Fi, you have opportunities that our ancestors did not have, and you have no excuse to not use it because we use it anyway, but we need to leverage it to monetize it because we can use these things for good. And once I realized that, I said, oh, no, I need to spread this. I need to make noise around the world because more people need to know that this exists. And this is the wild and beautiful thing about this. There's still, as we're talking about technology, I've done presentations in South Africa, Albania, Ghana. I've been all around the world and I'm telling people, spreading from the rooftops, you got to get online. You got to do this social media thing. And there's people that are still like, we don't even have access to internet. We don't even have this technology. As we become more connected and as more people, humans around the world get access to data and technology and internet, we have an opportunity to even expand globally beyond what we could have even fathomed or imagined. Okay. Where technology is right now is going to be totally different in the next 5 years. And we have to take full advantage. And if you get nothing from me today, we need to take advantage. But this is how the marketplace is working. And this is what things we got to do. So we got to get in order. Okay. Decency in order. So little things we're going to talk about today is about brand messaging. You have to, if you're going to be on the internet, now let me say something. The internet has been a good thing. And it has been not so great of a thing at the same time. Because of our access, we have unlimited access to these platforms 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not only do we have access, other people have access. And not only do experts have access, amateurs have access too. So what that means is that anyone, any given day can set up shop and say that they know how to do something and not actually know how to do it. But what I will say, this season, 2024, we're in a season of experts. We're in a season of expertise, higher level information, higher level skill sets, specialists, subject matter experts. People are sick and tired of hiring people that don't know nothing about nothing. So if you're an expert, it's your time to shine. If you're an expert, you got to leverage the things that I'm going to talk about because it's going to strategically help you take it to the next level. Okay. So let's talk about your brand messaging. We also want to talk about how you can create a pathway for reoccurring clients. So this is the thing, depending on what you do, the best client is the client who has already paid you before, because if they like your jewelry, your necklaces, your coaching, your programs, products, and services, they are more likely to pay you again. So we need to make sure that we have systems in place to capture reoccurring clients. Okay, this is why building a brand is important. And we also need to have systems in place to attract new clients and brand ambassadors. We want people to shout our names from the rooftops, that they're super pumped and excited about the things that we do. So we want to make sure that we have systems and processes in place. And another piece of this is because we're doing this online, just like we're here, you need to be strategic with creating content. Okay. We need to be strategic about creating content. So let's have a chat. Social media is business media. So if you're looking at it as something that's wasting your time, if you are a social media consumer, you're watching videos, you're looking at stuff, you're liking, you're part of the conversation online, but maybe you're just doing it as a consumer, I need you to shift and be a producer. Okay. Now, some of you may say, I've run my business, I've been successful without using digital marketing strategies, without using the Facebooks and the TikToks and the Instagram, and it's all been good in the neighborhood. But I want you to consider that there's another opportunity out there for you to leverage billions of people from around the world for low cost to no cost. Never in history have we had an opportunity like this. So take full advantage of it while it still exists. Because I am here to tell you that these opportunities don't last forever. So we need to take full advantage while we still can. But by the sheer numbers, if we're talking about statistically, Facebook alone, Facebook has billions of people. Before I used to say 2 billion, it is 3 billion users. That basically means out of 8 people in the world, 3 of them got a Facebook account, at least. 3 of them got a Facebook account. That's a lot of folks. That is across socioeconomic status. It is across race, religion, gender. People have a Facebook account. Now, if your audience skews older, they're definitely going to be on Facebook. If you have a younger audience, Gen A, Gen Z, they're going to be on other social media platforms. So as a business owner, it is important to understand the science of social media and understand the statistics. When people say your people are not there, listen, in the words of Jay-Z, men lie, women lie, but the numbers don't lie. The numbers say that your people are there. So by sheer data, you should be online. Okay. And it is an income generating activity. There are people that will see you today and buy a product from you today. Some of them will buy something from you 20 days from now, 20 months from now. So it's super important that you are contributing to the conversation and being a part of this digital experience. I had an opportunity to go to Facebook a couple of years ago, and I'm there with the Fortune 500 social media managers. I'm there with the GE social media people, the T-Mobile social media people, and several other platforms and social media managers of these major enterprises. And the conversation that I'm having with you is the same conversation that they had to have with those Fortune 500, Fortune 5000 CEOs. You need to have a social media presence and you need to build a brand online because it transitions and it translates into being an income generating activity. Our consumers are more knowledgeable. Our consumers want to know how this dress was made and where it was made and what materials. Our consumers want to know where their water was bottled and packaged. They want to know if ethical means were used to create these products. We have a more educated and inquisitive consumer. So part of them making educated decisions about how they're going to spend their money is by them knowing more about you, okay? So this is super important. We are living in an information economy. And what happened during COVID 4 years ago? It just expedited this process. More people were online. It made it easier to understand online education and online learning. The barrier to entry was limited. If we're talking about starting a business 30 years ago, there were certain things that you had to do that you don't have to do now because of the onset of technology. This is automated. People can buy from you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a matter of fact, since I've been on, a sale came in while I've been on here because of automation and being able to create income 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even while you're doing an interview like this, right? And you can run your business from around the world. What I realized 10 years ago is I don't want to give up this love of travel. My passport is always ready, right? So I wanted to be able to still run a business from anywhere around the world. So let's talk about where to begin. You're like, okay, that sounds amazing. That sounds great, but let's break this down even further. So the place that I want you to begin is what I call this brand trifecta. It's a formula. It's my secret sauce that I teach all my clients. And when I'm working with people who are just building their business to people who have multiple 8 figures in their business, we are still using this formula. The first piece of the brand trifecta is you. It is you. And we're going to break that down even further. So when we're talking about a brand, I want to just make sure that it's clear. I love this quote. You might know this little company. It's called Amazon. You might know it, okay? And the CEO says, your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And I always ask people, what is your brand saying about you? What are people saying about you when you're not in the room? And if you're not sure, go pick up that gadget because I know you got one. And I want you to text people, what is it that you think of me? When you hear my name, when you hear my business, what is it that you think of me? And what I want you to understand is that their definition of you is going to vary based on who you ask. But it's very important that it is in alignment with what you want people to perceive about you. Okay. It's about the feeling, it's about the aura, it's about the essence. But you got to make sure that what you are projecting is what you imagine your brand to be. And if it is not in alignment, this is your time to get it fixed. Okay. Holler at somebody like me. Okay. So my definition is a strategic and systematic process that creates a profitable, and captivating experience. Because when you come in my space, it's going to be an experience. Why wouldn't it be? Okay. It's got to be an experience. People invest in experiences. And as we begin to break that brand trifecta down, it is your why, your audience, and your unique offer. Whenever I am working with someone, these are the things that I want to know immediately, like in the first 5 minutes of working with them. Why are you doing this? Because you could be anywhere around the world. You could be doing anything else. Why did you decide that this particular business model, this particular thing is what you wanted to do? Why are you the right person for the job? What is your special vision, and why should your people care? Okay. Because I know you want it to be about you, but it really is about the people you are assigned to serve, and why should they care? Because we got to get people to buy in, okay? Let's use this experience, this 24-hour Black Business Network. Why should people care? Because we're here giving you valuable content so that we have a common goal of helping people go to school. I know what school did for me. It was a transformational opportunity. It changed my life, and I would never take that back. So giving other students an opportunity is part of our why and the reason we're here today. So I want you to think about what makes your vision so special and powerful. And I want you to identify whenever you're in a room. I know some people call it an elevator pitch. You can give it whatever name you want to give it, but you need to slay your brand messaging. It needs to be super clear. What do you do? Why are you doing it? How you do it, and who you do it for? Okay. You really have to make sure you're clear about your pitch. And when I'm talking to experts, I understand that you're going to have different people that you work with. So you may have to pivot your pitch. You identify what makes the most sense to pitch based on the target market that you're going to be in front of. Okay. So my pitch may be different if I'm in a group in a community of moms versus if I'm in a group and community of philanthropists or academics. I may slightly pivot my pitch, but the core of my pitch, the core of who I am, is the constant. Okay. So when you're online, it's going to be super important that you are positioning yourself as an expert. Why? Because experts get paid more. Okay. That's enough, right? No, people listen to experts. People buy from experts. People trust experts. This is why the media and the news have experts on. We have a guest expert to explain this thing, this phenomenon that's happening, because people pay attention when they hear the word expert. So you have to be positioned as an expert. Now, if you're some of my lady entrepreneurs, they be like, I don't believe I'm an expert. I don't know I'm an expert. They get real small when they're giants. And even though their brands are absolutely a big deal. And I want you to understand, listen, it's about the positioning and it's about the perception of expertise. Okay. And it's super important that you are positioned properly if you want to get paid in this particular marketplace. When it comes to credibility, you have to have results. And if you don't have results, you got to go get them. Okay. So when I was starting out, I was coaching anybody and everybody, whoever would take me on, because I needed to prove the things that I was thinking would help people would actually help them. And then over time, I realized that we were helping people, and we've had over $5 million in client results and counting. It's going to go up more. So you got to be able to produce results for yourself. You got to be able to produce results for other people. And you really have to believe and trust that you know how to solve people's problems. Sometimes you have a special assignment that is going to allow people to benefit from your expertise and your skill set. And sometimes people can see great things in you before you can see them in yourself. And they know you know how to help them because they can see the skills and the characteristics of what success looks like to them in you. And I encourage you, matter of fact, I dare you to take a leap of faith and bet on you and position yourself as an expert. Because you know what? The people who really aren't the experts, let's keep it 100, right? The people who really aren't experts don't have no problem with positioning themselves as knowing something they know nothing about. We've seen it all the time. We see it every single day. So the people who actually have the credibility, the people who put in the work, the blood, sweat, and tears, we need to see more of you make it into the spotlight and dominate on and offline. Okay. So one thing, I actually recommended this to someone who's a phenomenal expert. She's got all this real estate. She does a great job. And now she's ready to start building her brand. One thing that you can do is position yourself to get more media attention. And one platform that I recommend to my clients is called Help a Reporter Out. You want to be a fan of the media and you want to be an expert that the media calls on when they need expert advice in your niche market and field. So Help a Reporter Out, or Haro, is a great place for you to be positioned. Now I want to talk a little bit about branding versus marketing. It's two different things. Your audience, they want to know what's in it for them. They're tuned into their own radio station, their own frequency, and it's what's in it for me. When you are talking to people, they want to know what's the value, what's the information, what are they going to get from this experience, because they want what they want. Okay. So now we want to get clear about your audience, your tribe, your beehive, your people. What is their biggest problem? And I want to stop for a second, because we got to be committed as Black business owners. Let me just have a little conversation with us. We cannot afford to just have businesses, just to have businesses. We have to have businesses that solve problems. So there was a study, I believe it was by Cornell University. I can't remember who did the study, but 43% of businesses that received funding, these were businesses that received venture capital. They had funding backing and they failed. 43% of funded businesses failed because they failed to solve a marketplace need or desire. How you got money and you're not being successful? Let me tell you something. So as a Black business owner, it is imperative that whenever we start a business, that our businesses are positioned to solve marketplace problems that people want to pay us for. Let me say that again. Problems that people want to pay us for, because we literally cannot afford to be playing around. We get the least amount of venture capital. We use our own funds. We don't got that rich grandmama or rich uncle that's going to fund our dream. So when we're bootstrapping and using our own capital, it is important and it is imperative that we know how to make money. Okay? I'm very adamant about this. So we got to solve problems. And to be more specific, we need to solve problems for specific people. Okay? We don't have to solve problems for everyone. We need to niche down. There are absolutely niches and riches. So riches and niches, okay? What's the biggest problem that you know how to solve with your current competency, your current skill set, your current life experience? And then we need to understand, where our people hang out online. Where are they online and offline? How old are they? Where do they live? Geographics is super important. If you are a brick and mortar, you need to know geographically where your target market is. I just recently took a training with the U.S. Census Bureau, and we were looking at data of where people live based on their income, based on their race, based on socioeconomic status. We have to know about our people. It is imperative. Are they married? Are they single? Are they mostly men or women? The way that someone would talk to me when I was 18 years old is entirely different than when I'm 41 or when I'm 81. And you have to understand that, because when we're talking about marketing and branding, we have a finite marketing budget, okay? Our marketing budget is not infinite. So we got to be very clear and specific about how we're going to leverage our marketing budget so that we get in front of the right people 100% of the time. So you got to know your people. Now, for anyone who said this, and I know some people are guilty, stop saying that your product and service is for everyone. I'm not for everybody. And you're not for everybody either. Stop trying to talk to everybody. Stop trying to help everybody. This is your opportunity for you to create your wealth. You can't help everybody right now. You got to make sure that you're operating from overflow. And if your cup is empty, this is not the time. You got to get focused. So choose a specific audience and do the research on this specific audience. Get clear about who they are. It should be crystal clear about who you want to work with. And then the next shift, because this is how we want to leverage online, right? The next shift about your target market is something that I really wish that I would have done earlier in my business, is being very intentional. Once you get clear about your target market, creating a tribe of raving fans. So creating a tribe of raving fans means that you are having these business and brand ambassadors that are pumped. They are excited about what you do. They shout your name from the rooftops. They're sharing all your products and services with people from around the world. And you are creating a culture, a language, a tribe. Like you see here, this Black Business Network is a tribe, right? A tribe of people who are excited about the vision and mission of what is happening. So I'm going to use an example, a very popular one. Many of you might know. Her name is Beyonce. And Beyonce is Beyonce because she is Beyonce. But another piece of this that we cannot ignore is that her fans really make her who she is. She has a beehive or a tribe. There's languaging. There's communication that this group of people have. We can learn from this. Let's take let's take some marketing lessons from $1 billion brand and see how we can leverage this for our own businesses. How can you create loyal fans? How can you create a tribe of people that are excited and pumped, that talk about you, that buy your t-shirts, that come to your events, that go to your trainings because it's you? This is what we want to reproduce in the marketplace. But I want to say this, listen, when you're building a personal brand, yes, when you're building a personal brand, all you have to do is be you. Everybody else is taken. I don't need to be a clone of Beyonce. I just got to be Dr. Sade because that's all the world is looking for me. But get clear about who you are when we talk about that brand trifecta. Get clear about your target market. Get the data, get the research, put in the work to identify who the majority of who I would say 80% of your revenue is coming from. If you've identified a particular subset of an audience where your money is coming from, you need to pay attention more to those people because that's going to get you to the revenue goals that you desire to be at. Focus and cater to your people. So I see that there's an opportunity for questions. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Let me know how I can get to those questions. Now, if you are someone who is unsure about who your target market is, I get that question a lot. Homework I'm going to give you, because remember, I'm a teacher. My homework assignment is for you to find 3 people to interview. Find 3 people who would be an ideal client for you and just learn about them. You can interview them for 10 to 15 minutes and ask questions. If you want to learn more about people, I promise you, they will tell you. People love talking about themselves. So ask questions and identify what are their common challenges, what are their pain points, what are the issues and ailments that they are having, and how you can be a part of solving their problem. Now, if you are someone who wants to solve people's problems, the way that they see you as a problem solver is you have to shift from being a content consumer to a content producer. Okay? You have to create content. You have to put information out there in the marketplace. You have to put it online on various platforms. It depends on the platforms that your target market hangs out on. And you have to become a content producer. Okay? I remember when I was starting out in my business and I had made all these things. I had all these folders and files and tabs on my computer, and I was showing my accountability partner at that time. And she said, "This is all great, but does anybody else know about this but you?" Do not be your industry's best kept secret because you're not producing information out there in the marketplace. People need to know that you exist, especially because you do good work. And the purpose of your content is to educate. People need information. Now, we're inundated with information, but they need to know how to process information. They need to know how to understand information. So you being an educator online makes you stand out from everybody else, okay? The next piece is you need to empower people. People need to feel good about themselves and about what's happening in their lives because they didn't come on the internet to be sold by you. So you have to make them feel good. You got to create things that engage people, get them talking, okay? You want people to participate in the conversation. You want people to have opinions about what you are saying, whether it's good, bad. We don't really want indifferent. That means they're not thinking about you left or they're not thinking about you right. We want people to be ice cold for us. Ice cold or red hot, okay? They either don't mess with us or they really like us, okay? That is a part of a powerful brand. Part of your branding is to repel people as much as it is to attract. okay? It's supposed to do both. So you want to make sure your content also is entertaining. Okay, we got to be a little fun. It's not only to just be a robot on the internet and sound like AI, okay? You need to have a little bit of fun because that's going to get people to pay attention to you. That's going to let people see your personality. That's going to allow people to grow with you and be excited for you. We got to create experiences online if you want people to be committed to you. And there's multiple ways to create your content. You can do a blog, a podcast. There's so many different video platforms. There's video, there's audio only, there's graphics. You literally don't have any excuses when it comes to content creation. So I know that there's some questions, and I want to make sure if we're ready for those, I'm more than happy to talk about the questions.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing all of your valuable insight. I was definitely in the background taking notes and agreeing with a lot of what you were saying about definitely positioning yourself to make money from your phone, make money in your sleep, and having a social media presence. So thank you so much for sharing all of your amazing insights. And I hope that the listeners got a wealth of information from what you've already shared. So let's jump into the question. So the first thing that I'm going to ask you is, what inspired you to become a digital brand strategist and coach for entrepreneurs?
I was inspired almost 10 years ago because people kept asking me, how did you build this brand? How did you build this brand? How did you build this brand? And they kept asking me, and I said, I must know something about building a brand. And I realized when I was a teenager, I used to work on gubernatorial, presidential, and municipal campaigns. So back in the day, it was called reputation management or reputation. And I realized I learned a lot about branding and marketing from working with politicians even before I was eligible to vote. More questions? I'm more than happy. Okay, I can continue. Let me know. So that's what really started this process, me working with these campaigns and realizing that I developed this skill set a very long time ago.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And then my follow-up would be, I know you told us a lot about your journey from the States over to
Kazakhstan.
So can you share a bit more about your journey and how you became an acclaimed entrepreneur and international speaker?
Yes. So when I came back to the United States, I was a full-time doctoral student and a full-time entrepreneur. And this platform called Periscope came out. It no longer exists. It's owned by Twitter. And some people said, hey, you can make money sharing your story and sharing your expertise. And I said, well, my business is not making money right now, so I might as well try it. And I came alive. Live streaming changed my life. It allowed me to make 6 figures in my business. I started creating programs and digital products and speaking. And I remember being on live stream one day and saying, I want an international speaking gig. And 10 days later, someone saw me online and said, if you're serious, I have an opportunity for you. And 10 days later, I was in Tirana, Albania at the Prime Minister's palace speaking at an international women's conference in Albania. So that's the power of the internet and you speaking things into existence and being bold and radical and saying, I want this and going right after it. So the internet and specifically live video and live streaming changed my life. I realized like this is what I was born to do. I was born to share my message in this way.
That's really powerful. And you're right about speaking it into existence. So a great follow-up to that is I want to know what motivated you to focus specifically on empowering women entrepreneurs and developing their brands and reaching their target audience.
So the women entrepreneurs came from data. I do work with some men, but majority of my women entrepreneurs, 95% are Black women. And that's who was attracted to me. That was attracted to my story, my experiences, all the hot pink, because there's a lot of hot pink in my branding. So I became very intentional to talk to the women that were interested in what I was doing. And also they were the focus of my research, because on this journey of entrepreneurship, I felt like two different people. I felt like an academic when I was in school, and I was trying to be, future Dr. Sade. And then I was trying to be Sade, the entrepreneur. And I realized that I could be both. And the women that inspired me the most were these entrepreneurs who were the PhDs and the master's degrees and the doctors who were also entrepreneurs. And that inspired my academic work. And I wanted to understand, like, why are they so high achieving, and why do they want to do both? So I began to research them and to understand, how did they decide to get these degrees, and how are they running these businesses? Because I wanted to understand me.
Yeah, so you were around a lot of powerful women. Definitely. Awesome. So then, okay, so you mentioned that you felt like you were like two different people in these different spaces, but how do you blend your real world experience with sound business principles to support your clients in achieving their goals?
Absolutely. So we need data. Okay, let me be clear about that. So the research side of me, that analytical research PhD side of me, is going to say, where's the data and the evidence that reflects this decision that we're going to make? So we need to make, especially in a season like this, good, sound decisions based on information that we have, so that we can create the best trajectory possible. And we need data and information. So I'm always encouraging people, can we get information? Can we get data? When I'm with my team, if we're going to do something, where are people located? What are people saying? What's the most common issue or challenge? Can we go back to our data? I am a stickler for collecting data. I get this example from Amazon. When Amazon acquired Whole Foods, it wasn't just about going into the grocery industry. It was about data collection. Because if I know what you buy at the supermarket, I'm going to sell more of it to you. If I know you like a particular type of peanut butter, guess what I'm going to do as Amazon? I'm going to show you more ads for that peanut butter. If I see you buying a certain size of Pampers, guess what I'm going to do? Show you more of those things. So the more data you have on your audience, the better. So I'm always a stickler for my target market getting information. And then the inspiration part. You got to be inspired. There's some things that just data will not tell you. Part of this is faith. You got to believe, you got to affirm, and you just got to keep on going, because you're not going to always see it. Just like if you're working out, you're not going to see your muscles on day one. You got to keep on going, and you got to keep on being consistent. Even though you know the evidence says, if I'm consistent, if I keep showing up to the gym, eventually I'll get this six pack if I do the right thing. But you got to believe it before you see it.
Most definitely, in all aspects of life. So I know you're a stickler for the research and the data behind everything, and that causes you to make good decisions. But can you elaborate for those watching online how you create your frameworks and how they guide your entrepreneurs in boosting their brand's credibility and visibility?
Oh, this is a really great question. Where do frameworks come from? So the short answer I'm going to say in 2024 is it's so much easier to create a framework now because we have artificial intelligence. You don't even have to think about this. You can create a framework in 30 seconds. Now, for me, back in the day, we looked and identified patterns. What are the things and how are people putting things together? So my background in education, we understand how to break down content and information. So I'm always looking for what's our end goal. We start with the end goal and we backtrack. So we start with what's the desired outcome? I desire to have a six-figure business. So then we are backtracking based on your desired outcome. How long is that going to take? How many clients do you need? What is this? What is that? And then that is where the framework is developed. It's called backwards design. Start with the end in mind, and then we create the framework or the steps or the sequence based on where we want to end at, our end point, versus starting from the beginning. Because a lot of times it can be very unclear when you're trying to start on step 1. So sometimes you got to start with step 10 and backtrack, go to 9, 8, 7, and beyond from there.
Awesome. And so while you're working with the ladies on their brand strategies, like what are some of the challenges that you find trying to implement that framework?
The 3 challenges, this is also data from, I think, American Express did one of their research and data from about Black women in business. Confidence. believing in themselves. And that was my challenge for like the first half of my business. Believing, being afraid of my own shadow, being shy, not believing that I was good enough, even though I had Ivy League degrees, even though I had all this experience, mentored 5-star generals. I had consulted politicians before I could vote, and I still didn't believe in myself. So that was a fear that I see a lot of my women entrepreneurs have, this confidence. The next piece can mess us up as well is competence. We actually do need to know things. So when there's a competence challenge, I'm always like, you got to get in mentorship, you got to get in training, you got to read books, you got to elevate your competence. And the biggest one that causes us the most trouble is cash and cash flow. In order to fuel this thing we call a business, it does require money. And a lot of our dreams get curdled because we don't have the cash and the cash flow. So we got to pay attention, and we got to be intentional about having businesses that make money.
Well said. So in tying those three things together, so you understand that these are the things that are hurdles for women in their businesses. With your understanding of that, in what ways do you assist your clients in developing their value proposition and effectively marketing their brands, especially understanding number 3 that you just mentioned?
Okay, so the first thing we got to do is up-level their confidence. Because when you feel confident about who you are, what you do, you attract opportunities. You attract things to you that you not being confident, it wouldn't happen. So the first thing is sometimes confidence can get you in the door that your money can't always get you in. So you got to make sure you show up confidently. And how we do that is, I literally said this to somebody, and I have a prop. When I have a conference and I pass these out, and I actually have a smile on it. It's called a smile file. And I have my women entrepreneurs write down everything. I'm like, put it in there, get your pen and paper, and write down every accomplishment, every accolade, every certification, every goal, everything that you have achieved living in this world for X amount of decades that you've been in this world. Because you've done something. If you're in my space, if you're in my room, you did something to be here. So you've done something. So I want you to write it down, because a lot of times we forget who we are. We accomplish a goal, we don't celebrate it, and we go on to the next accolade and accomplishment. We go to the next thing. So that's the first thing I'm having them do, is really do a true assessment of the things that you've accomplished. I have people that ran $1 million firms for other people. There's people who've been successful parents. They've been married for 30 plus years. Like, they could write books on these topics, but they forgot that they know how to do this. So we have to up-level their confidence. The next piece is their competence level. One of the things is you might be great at doing something, but you might not be great at running a business. We got to understand business basics. And for me, I thought you needed an MBA to realize that. But no, sometimes you need the school of real life and business to understand. You got to have the business basics. We got to understand accounting. We have to understand, you have to do, taxes. You got to understand certain things. You need team and support. So we support them with that. And when it comes to cash flow, we got to look at, you got to make money. So making sure that you're pricing yourself accordingly, making sure you're attracting the right people that can pay those price points, and understanding what makes the most sense price-wise based on your business model and your cost of goods. So getting down to the basics so that they have a game plan when they're putting themselves out there in the marketplace.
Very nice. And you mentioned that it's important for them to set their prices. So as you're taking that into consideration, how important is it for you, or for your entrepreneurs, to own their expertise? And what strategies do you recommend for them doing so?
So you got to own your expertise. It's belief. It's the belief factor in yourself. You got to do the self-work on you every single day. Okay. Business is hard. It's ghetto. I don't always recommend it, but it is fulfilling and worthwhile when it's done in the way that makes your heart so excited and fuels you. So you got to be committed to doing the self-work on you every single day, because there's going to be somebody who says you can't do it. You're going to see something on the internet that's going to derail you. You're going to get a call from your family. You're going to get a text message from a client that's going to throw you off. And you got to make sure that you are sound and working on you every single day so that you can absolutely be the best version of you possible. Because business is a personal and professional development endeavor every single day. You know, if we're thinking about even the Black Business Network, there's tons of things that could have made this not be a thing. But through diligence and persistence and discipline and dedication and tenacity, we're here today. So if you want to be here, you got to be committed. And one thing I will say going into year 10, because let me be clear, I be wanting to quit all the time. Okay. I talk to entrepreneurs who've been in business for 30 years. And I remember saying, how did you do this? Because this is ghetto. How did you do this? And listening to her and listening to people who've been in business for 40 years and 50 years. And if they are still here, that means it's possible for me too. So there's evidence, again, going back, there's evidence of what I desire in the marketplace. And I continue to seek the evidence that I want to see.
Pardon the delay. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to go to the next question because I did miss that response, but I'm sure it was great. And hopefully that the listeners got great insight from it. The next question that I had in mind for you, I wanted to know, what role does online presence, and I know you spoke about this a lot, that's why I want to make sure I ask you this, but what role does online presence play in the success of a brand? And how do you personally help your clients profit from being online and positioning themselves online?
Your customers, your clients are absolutely online. They have their phones. On average, most Americans, if we talk about the US, have 80% of Americans have one device. Most of them have two devices. Okay. So majority of people have some type of device to watch and communicate and connect with people online. So that's important. There is access. The next piece is you got to know how to go from consumer to producer. So there are people who are content creators, they're dancing, they're TikToking and doing all that stuff, but they don't know how to monetize it. Most people don't know how to monetize their brand online. The difference between a content creator and a business owner is that the business owner understands how to monetize their expertise. They're going to turn that engagement that they have into sales. So they're going to offer you something. That's the difference. You're going to provide value. You're going to entertain people. You're going to make people laugh. You're going to engage with them, but you're going to offer them something to buy, whether that is a service, your accounting services, your bookkeeping services, whether that is a physical product, or you're telling them to purchase something from you. That is the hugest piece. You're making an offer. That's the other piece of the brand trifecta we didn't talk about, your offer. You got to tell people what to buy from you. That is the biggest difference between people who are just on the internet and people who make money on the internet. They know how to monetize and they know how to make offers. They know how to sell.
That's a great segue. Would you share some success stories? Because you mentioned that you work with companies all around the world. So the people want to know. Tell us some of the success stories. How have you helped maybe a female entrepreneur or organization? How did you help them grow?
Absolutely. So we have a subset in our company where we work with, one of our niches is childcare owners and daycares and centers. So we actually we support an event every 6 months called Childcare Millionaires. The visionary of that program is Brandy Wood Smith. And we were able to automate, systematize, help create digital products, run the launches for that community. And they received an award called the 2 Comma Club Award, where they've made over $1 million in that business model. And she's made almost over $500,000 in a weekend from some of the marketing strategies that we do. And she specifically is a business coach and mentor for people who own daycares. So when we're talking about that niche, this is like a really great example of that. She knows business. She's a philanthropist. She's a mom. She's a spouse, but she has owned multiple daycares in the Houston, Texas area. And she teaches other daycare owners how to be more profitable and how to build 7-figure childcare businesses. So we've been working with her for several years, and it is a multi-million-dollar business at this point. And that just in that business model, that revenue stream, the internet revenue stream.
Wow. So they took childcare just not from like in the 4 walls of childcare, and they were able to promote it online and generate that amount of business.
Yes. So this weekend, they had a childcare summer camp summit. On this summit, we taught childcare owners what to do for summer camp. So what activities, science lessons, aerobics lessons, Black history and mathematics lessons that you can do with the children over the summertime, and how to start promoting and marketing your summer camps. Because if you have children of that age, you know summer camp is a huge, I don't have any children, but summer camp is a big thing. And if you don't get your kids into summer camp on time, then it's a big problem. There's a massive waiting list. So she taught them how to be more attractive, how to be more marketable for their summer camps, and also how to be more engaging with the students so they could have successful summer camps for their children and also successful summer camps for the parents.
Awesome. And you mentioned about your ability to use your social media to speak things into existence and actually just say the things that you want. So how can you, and you've been featured in so many different platforms for obviously all of the work that you've done. So what advice would you give to entrepreneurs who are looking to increase their visibility and gain more media attention?
So the first thing is get visible. Start using these free platforms, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, the LinkedIn, to start having a conversation online. In the beginning, you might be talking to yourself. You might be talking to your parents, but begin to start this conversation online. Experts talk on the internet. I know some people say, why are you worried about this? And why, there's always internet fights. We see them all the time because people are mad that other people have opinions. But if you are a social media influencer, part of your job is to have an opinion about what's happening online. So if something's happening in Beyonce's life, they were talking about a brand conversation about her showing her real hair. There was a whole big debacle about why she should have a hair care line because she always wears wigs. Beyonce, as the brand, and her brand handlers paid attention to that. And they put out another video of her real hair, and it took the world by storm. Like, she's finally showing us her real hair to show us that it is actually in brand alignment with starting a hair care line. So people had conversations about that. There's been so many different conversations any given day. Club Shay Shay, the various interviews that have happened this year alone on that platform, starting off the year with Cat Williams, that took the world by storm. The Super Bowl. Anytime there is a major conversation happening on the internet or a major conversation happening in the world, and it is relevant to your business, I highly recommend that you insert yourself in the conversation and begin to create content. Why? Because it's a hot topic. It's relevant. Why? Because it's relevant to the media. So the media is looking for experts and people who can give commentary based on that particular topic. And if you are someone that they can interview, they're going to talk to you too. So look for relevant conversations and insert yourself. Like, don't wait for nobody to say something to you. You put yourself on in, and media may begin to reach out to you. Also, seek out opportunities. If you see that there's local media talking about a topic, or they're engaging, a lot of media hangs out on Twitter or X. So spend some time there and introduce yourself to media and say, hey, if you need a guest expert about this particular topic, I would love to be your guest expert. If you're doing an article, you're doing a feature on this particular topic, reach back out to me and begin to develop a conversation and a relationship with people who create content.
Awesome. I thought one thing that you said that was like really essential, I believe, is that if it's relevant to your business, because there's a lot happening online, and like you can go down a rabbit hole of just talking about everything, but like, does it make sense for you to actually talk about it, right?
Sometimes it's best for you to be quiet. Everything does not need your 10 cents, and it can be off brand. So it's important for you to understand your brand and who you are. And everything does not deserve a comment or commentary. So it is important that if it is on brand for you, because you can make your brand look bad, you can be a detriment to your brand. So that's why, major companies have communication departments to craft what is going to be said on behalf of that brand. So it's very important that we're cognizant of that part of the that opportunity as well, that part of I would say the spectrum. We gotta be clear. Like, I'm not just saying be on the internet, say everything, anything. Make it relevant to you, make it relevant to what you're offering, make it relevant to your audience, but everything does not necessarily need you to be inserted into.
Perfect. Well said. So then how do you tailor your approach to entrepreneurship and branding for different cultural contexts, considering your experience facilitating workshops globally?
I love it. So my goal was to teach. I was going to be a Black teacher at a Black school in the hood. That was my goal. But my experiences, even in Philadelphia, when I was student teaching, I taught at one of the most diverse schools in the country. They spoke over 42 different languages. It was over 4,000 students. So my even educational and work experiences have been extremely multicultural. So the thing that I've learned from some of my mentors is I teach who's in the room, and I'm culturally relevant content. It comes from culturally relevant pedagogy. You're supposed to teach and make things relevant to the people who are in front of you. That is a core belief and a value of mine as an educator. So I base my content, I base my commentary and how I teach and my approaches to education and business based on the people that I am supporting. So if that's Black women, we're going to make it extremely relevant to Black women. If I'm talking to my Kazakh students, if I'm talking to people from Latin America or in Albania and Ghana, South Korea, wherever I am, I understand that there's a level of cultural context that I want to take into consideration when I'm creating content for that particular person or group of people.
Awesome. We love it. And it's good. I'm sure like that allows them to connect with you better because they recognize that you take the initiative or took the time to think about it in that way before you approach them.
Absolutely. People want to feel heard and they want to feel seen. And it's very important. And I think that that's important for me. I grew up in a bilingual household. My father's from Ghana, West Africa. And I understand what miscommunication could look like. My mother's American. One thing that she may have perceived as being something was totally different than the African side of my family. So that cultural consciousness has been with me since I was a child.
Awesome. I'm grateful that you have that. So the next question that I have for you are what are some key components of building a confident brand with a cohesive voice, and how do you guide your clients through this process? I know earlier you mentioned that confidence was like the number one issue that you have to deal with. So tell us more about that process. How do you help your clients build up their confidence and for it to flow into a cohesive brand for them?
The one word that came to mind is consistency. We have to be comfortable with doing the same thing over and over and over and over. And when we're doing it and we're repeating this process, we're not going to see results immediately, but we're going to do it again and again and again and again and again and again. One thing that I encourage people to do are webinars to market their businesses, sell their digital products, programs, coaching, and services. And there's one person I'm watching. He's been doing a webinar. There's this thing on the internet that says you do your webinar 52 times, you can create a $1 million webinar. And it's all about consistency and discipline. And he's been doing his webinar. I think he's on like webinar 47. So he's been doing a webinar once a week for a year. And he's going to do his report soon. And I'm super excited about it because it really reminded me how consistent we can be. If we figured out, another piece about this is one of my other mentors says that business is supposed to be boring. A lot of us wanted to be hot and popping. We wanted to change every single day. But the reality is if you have systems and processes and procedures and team, they're really supposed to be doing the same things over and over and over again. So that's why this repetition is so important. But a lot of people stop because they're not seeing the result. But you got to keep on going in order to see the result. Now, you have to have discernment too, because maybe what you're doing is not working and you need to recalibrate, but you got to keep doing it over and over. So I have a client that says, oh, I did my first webinar. Nobody showed up. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. And we're going to do it again. It's okay. Let's do it again. Let's fix it. How can we modify it? Let's do this. Maybe you're languaging. We can fix this. You got to keep doing things over and over and over again. And until it gets to a point where it becomes boring. And then that's when you usually break through the noise. So I have an event and I've been marketing, saying the same thing over and over and over again. And then it doesn't break the noise until it gets to a certain point, and then people begin to see it because most people don't see your content. That algorithm is not working on our side. So you got to continue to promote promote, 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 and do it again and do it again until you get to your desired result and desired goal. Uh, okay. Awesome.
I am here. My
No
apologies.
worries.
I heard you mention consistency, and I guess
Yes.
tried before jumping right back into it, but it's the truth. The simple things, doing them every day. You're right. It may feel boring, but that's the work, right? And after a while, that's when you do start to see the results. So I just want to let you know that I was listening.
No worries.
Yeah, because you're sharing with us and we value and appreciate your time. So thank you so much. My next question, how do you provide support and accountability that entrepreneurs need to reach their untapped potential? So you're providing all of these services, but how do you provide your support? Like how is that built into your service offering?
Great question. So we actually have coaching programs, group coaching programs, and a mastermind, and we do that through our live events as well. So we meet with entrepreneurs one-on-one monthly and bi-monthly in our group programs. And every single month we are identifying what our goals are and what we need to accomplish. If it's specifically, some of them are creating their digital products and online courses and curriculum, we have curriculum and trainings for them, online courses that they can take. And then we're answering their questions. And then for our mastermind, it depends on what they're working on. Our mastermind members have businesses and they're growing them to 6 and multiple 6-figure enterprises. So I customize the support for them. And then what I understand is that community is so important. We lost a lot of that during COVID, the connection and connectivity piece. So community and live events is super important to me. So we meet with our clients, whether it is every 6 months, sometimes every 90 days in person, to support them so that they can be connected to other entrepreneurs. And we don't want people to feel like they have to do this alone. So we're making sure that there's consistent touch points. That's me as an educator. That's very important. When I was in Philadelphia, I had 100 students. I had barely limited prep time. So I was used to teaching all day and all night. With the internet, I don't have to do that as much, but I want to make sure that I'm pouring into people, especially people who make investments in themselves. I want to make sure that I'm giving them the best support possible.
Awesome. And then while you're fostering so much community, like in different areas, and a lot of your work is also to get people to showcase themselves online, what are some trends that you're seeing in social media that you want them to dialogue about, like either while they're working in their groups online or in person, so that when they get into these community spaces to speak about building their businesses or share their ideas? Like, what are some trends that you're seeing online that you encourage them to tap into?
Great question. One of the things that I am known for is execution. So when we are in person, we had one event that we had in March was our speaker showcase. Most of my clients want to be speakers. They want to build their own brands and they want to be thought leaders. So we host events specifically for them to be speakers. They get video footage. So now they have content of them speaking on a stage. They get photos. So now they have photos that they can use for their social media, for their media kits, so that they can get other opportunities. One of the things that I'm always going to do is create opportunities for my clients in real time to be positioned properly. At my upcoming event, we have a content creation day where we're going to go to a content creation studio and create content, 30 days worth of content in real time. Prior to us going to the studio, I have 2 content creators that are going to come in and teach them how to create strategic content for business owners. And a lot of this content will be vertical video content. So I know that depending on when you're watching this, you may have heard about the TikTok ban, right? It's law, it's been signed by President Biden. TikToks is the countdown to see what they're going to do, whether they're going to sell this platform or are they going to be owned by a China entity, right? and then they're a Chinese entity, and then they're going to be officially banned in about a year or so in the United States. So me as a social media person, that is information that's important to me, because there are people right now who are panicking because they don't know what to do with themselves because of this TikTok ban. They built an entire business on a platform. So they need, but the type of content that was created by TikTok, the type of culture, the type of cultural shift that TikTok has created is still going to be there, even if TikTok is banned in the United States. Vertical video content is not going anywhere anytime soon. So we have to leverage it. Before I could have said, make TikTok videos, be on TikTok. I will say vertical video content. It's the type of content, not necessarily the platform that we need to focus on. Creating video is going to be powerful for you. It can grow your business, and it can take you places that you never imagined.
And how do you allow or teach or coach and train your entrepreneurs to be or foster that creative side, but then also to be very cognizant of the business that actually needs to get done?
Listen, you got to be in the business, work on the business. So when it comes specifically to content creation, I'm a huge proponent of content batching. So you need to put some time in your calendar, and you need to sit there for whatever, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever your time frame is. For our ladies, we have to have those photo outfit changes. Just make it an entire thing. Maybe you get some support if you have a child or somebody that can support you, so you can knock it out in a couple of hours. Make it a part of your business model. And then the rest of the time is you actually running the business. So we don't have time. I think I have a video on social media like right now. It's like we don't have time to do content every day or videos every day. We run a business, but we have to be strategic about putting content out there and creating it. So when I'm creating it in a batch. I'm getting my makeup done, making sure my hair look like something, having my clothes on, identifying what my topics are, leveraging artificial intelligence to help me create the topics based on what my target market wants to hear from me, sitting down, creating the topics and creating, and then sending that to a team to edit it and chop it up and make it more palatable for social media. But we gotta, if you are the visual, if you are the personal brand, if you are the face of your brand, your audience is going to want to hear from you. So it's going to be important to create content.
And while they're doing batch content creation, how do you enforce or encourage that your clients maintain visibility across different platforms? So you mentioned some of your clients built or scaled their business on TikTok, and you're just encouraging them to make sure that they maintain vertical video content, make sure that they do that, they continue to do that. But how do you support them to create a cohesive brand across different platforms?
So the beautiful thing is, if you have one piece of content, we also talk about content repurposing. So content batching, you're creating all the content at one time, you can multiply your content. And people don't take full advantage of this. If you've been in business for a while, if you've been doing, so for me, let me use myself as an example. I've created over 1,000 videos. Probably 2,000, who knows how many at this point, but thousands of video content, hours of content that I've done over these last few years. At some point, I'm saying the same stuff over and over, right? So you can have that content transcribed. So now that same video has become a blog post. It can become tweets. It can become Instagram posts. And you can chop up those videos. If you've been talking for an hour, cut those videos up. And now you have several, at least 61-minute clips of content. And if you want to break those down, now you have 120, 30-second clips of content that you can disperse across platforms. So you do depending on how intricate and complex you want your content marketing strategy to be, you can disperse all these different things on different platforms, or you can just say, okay, I'm going to put this one video across platforms, or I'm going to spend, like sometimes I will spend when I'm binge watching television, I will look at my batch content and I'll upload it or schedule it onto various platforms. Maybe today I'll put this video on TikTok, and I'll put that same video on Instagram Reels, but maybe it won't be on Sunday. It'll come on Monday. And then the video that I did on Tuesday, I will put that on Wednesday on another platform. because now most of the platforms accept vertical video content, so you can just disperse it across platforms. The reality is most people don't see your content. So even if you posted the same piece of content on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, most people didn't see it the first time. And if you get what I tell people, create a content bank at least for six months. You can begin repeating some of that evergreen content again, because I promise you, the person who started on January 1st is not the same person that started on July 1st. You can literally repeat your content until you have a year to 18 months worth of content that you can use over and over and over again. Some of your content can be repeated. Some of it, you're still going to create new things on top of it, but there's evergreen. Mother's Day is going to come back again. Father's Day is going to be here. Your birthday is happening again, So there's certain pieces of content that is about to happen that you can take advantage of and create it now. Or you can use old content from last year if it's relevant. So create your content bank. Understand that you can reuse your content again. Keep using it over and over again until you no longer want to use it, or maybe you have a new opinion, but use your content multiple times.
And then, so we're creating content based on whatever businesses is, but then how do you encourage your clients or how do you help them navigate finding their niche in their industry so that they can create the content so that, that they can continue to promote their business?
Great question. So I'm going to go back to the content piece. When you're creating a lot of content, some people will recommend you create 60 videos, 120 videos. I have had some experts say create a piece of content every day for 30 days, 90 days. When you're creating content like that, a bunch of content at one time, and you're posting it consistently, you want to go back into your analytics and data and see what people are responding to. So if you did 100 videos and we're seeing that there's like 20 videos that went semi-viral, we want to look at what's those videos that went semi-viral and create more content like that. That's how you can find your niche. You identify what people are saying they like from you the most. What are people saying they want to buy from you the most? What are people engaging with you the most? That's the thing that you want to pay attention to. That's the thing you probably want to sell, because people are telling you. And then the best way for people to tell you is with their wallets, with them credit cards. When they start swiping, oh, I know I got a good idea.
Yes. And then, okay, so you obviously have to keep yourself up to date in order to teach and give good advice to your clients. So then how do you stay updated personally on the latest trends or what's happening on media?
I am consistently investing in mentorship, conferences, events, coaching. This is event season. I'm almost at an event every single week. I've been on the road this month alone. I was in LA. I was in DC. I was in this area, Atlanta, multiple times. I can't even remember where I was. I was in New Jersey. I was in this place. I was in this place at events, learning from people who are content creators, learning from people who are extremely successful in business. I'm always going to spend time with people who are titans of industry, because they will teach you what you need to learn. I'd rather learn it from them than learn it the hard way. So you gotta, and I'm also learning every single day. I'm reading, I watch the news. I am a consumer of social media, so I'm paying attention. I watch videos on the internet. I am looking at my fellow colleagues who are content creators and business owners on the internet. I'm asking them what's working for them. We're masterminding. I'm in a weekly accountability group. We're talking about what's working and what's not working. So staying in community is a major key to my success. Stay in community and ask questions. Every single week, I'm in some type of training. Even this week, tomorrow, I have a training coming up I'm in. Tuesday, I'm going to an event. I consistently invest in my best asset, which is me.
Awesome. And I feel like you just answered this question, but I still want you to share it with the people. But I want to know, what do you believe sets your approach apart from all of the people that you're in community with for your clients? So how do you set yourself apart in the industry, even though you are deep in the community?
So that's beautiful. I hang out with some amazing people. And this is the thing. Sometimes you can get intimidated by hanging out with amazing people, but light begets light. And what I had to realize is they like me as just as much as I like them. And it's something about this hot pinkness that makes me stand out. It's my personality. It's my willingness to serve and help and actually be somebody who brings valuable information to the table. So being okay with just being me and understanding that I bring value, I bring evidence and information, and I'm a learner. I like to learn. I like to listen. I like to read. And I'm inquisitive. So I bring all of those things to the table. And I'm eclectic. So I have a eclectic background of skills and experience. And I bring all of that to the table. And most of them can say, how many of them can say they started their business in Kazakhstan? Not many of them. Or they can gavaru chuchu paruski and go, not many of them. So I bring some very eclectic Black girl magic to the table that makes me stand out and makes me be able to support people in a powerful way.
Awesome. And with all of those experiences, I'm sure that there have been, lows. So how has all of your experience and, like all of the background that you've went through, all the things that you've seen and learned from others, how do you personally come out of setback periods?
Ooh, and saying no. Well, I'm in a season of transition and pivoting. So I understand it's just going to be more no's. But because I've been in business this amount of time, I'm not fazed by it right now. I'm like, okay, this person said no, 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 no. I must be getting closer to a yes. It's just that I cannot. Number one, I have a belief that things are going to work out in my favor and they're going to work out for my good. So if I know everything's going to work out, I just got to keep on going because it's going to work out. And it's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be absolutely amazing because great things come to me. That's just my belief. And I'm going to hear no's. And sometimes them no's are not yet. They're going to come back around and wish they would have said yes because it's happened before. I should have said yes to you. I should have said it. And if it's a no, okay, cool. On to the next one. I don't have the energy, the time, or the patience to be wallowing over a no. Let's go to the next thing.
I love that. And so as you continue to do your work, then what legacy do you hope to leave through the work that you're putting out into the world and everything that you're doing to impact women and empowering entrepreneurs to build strong and confident brands? So what is going to be Dr. Adu's legacy?
I want my future children to say that they are proud of me, that I made life, I was intentional, and I made life easier for them. I want my nieces and nephews to believe that whatever they desire to have in life is available and possible for them because they saw evidence of it in me. I want women to know that they can do this. It's not always going to be easy. Sometimes it's not always going to be profitable, but you can be successful. You can create the life that you desire. You have permission to do or not to do. And I want them to feel like life is supposed to be exciting and fun, and it's supposed to be fulfilling. We're not supposed to be struggling and sad, depressed all the time. Like, that's just not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to enjoy this part of our physical bodies and our lives because life is too short. So I hope that they are inspired to live a better life. I hope they're inspired to go after their goals and their dreams. And I hope that I leave them, like my family and my bloodline, tangible things that they could actually use, financially tangible things that they can use to make their lives easier as they move forward in the world.
Awesome. So we'll speak that over them. I heard you say not just generational wealth, but like dynastic wealth. So we'll speak that over them.
Listen, I'm here for it. I won't be here to see it, but I am here for it.
Yes. Awesome.
When it comes to dynastic wealth specifically, we're talking about hundreds of years worth of wealth. We're talking about the Disneys, the Waltons, the Bezos, the Knowles Carter clan. Their kids don't got to work.
Right.
Like, they come out the womb, millionaires and billionaires. What does that do for your lineage to never understand poverty? And they just got to read it in a book. They like, people live like that? They can't even believe it. That's what I want to be able to create in my bloodline. And we have the opportunities to do that. If I got to make all the mistakes and all the challenges so that can be a goal can be accomplished, let's so be it. I'll make it happen.
Awesome. So then tell us what you're working on. What are some things that the people can look forward to, so that they can support, so that we can create this dynastic wealth in your family line? Tell us all the things.
Yes. So we actually have a conference for women entrepreneurs. It's the men who can handle all the pot pink. Called the Girl, Your Brand's a Big Deal Conference. It's going to be live in Charlotte, North Carolina, June 6th, 7th, and 8th, 2024. It's coming up. So make sure you check it out. And it's a branding and marketing conference for women entrepreneurs who want to build 6-figure, 7-figure, and beyond brands. And we are super excited to help them. We're going to be talking about those latest digital marketing strategies. What's working today? And how can you grow your business? How can you be more confident and more powerful in what you're doing? And then also, how do you get paid for that expertise? So we're super excited. We have some phenomenal people that are going to be coming. Our keynote speaker is the legendary Kim Coles of Living Single. We just have a great group of people that will be speaking at this event. We're going to be talking about paid advertising, artificial intelligence, all the hot topics of internet marketing and brand strategy. And we would love for you to be there.
Awesome. So definitely make sure to share all of that information with your colleagues, so that you can support Dr. Adu. It sounds like it's going to be a fantastic time. And lastly, we want you to share a message. So what message would you like to share with aspiring entrepreneurs who are considering taking the leap into entrepreneurship?
Just go for it, just to do it. My last name is Adu, and we say just to do it. If you want to take that leap of faith to start your business, go after it. Go after your goals. And even if you're nervous about it, understand that everything is figure outable on that other side. Even if it's successful, it's going to be figure outable. Even if it's not successful, you're going to figure it out. So go for it. We need more leapers. We need more doers in the marketplace. We need more people who are positioned for success. Go out there and do it and find a mentor to support you through it.
Awesome. And I'll give you just one more opportunity to share the dates for your event, and send any contact information.
Yes. So our Girl, Your Brand's a Big Deal conference is June 6th, 7th, and 8th in Charlotte, North Carolina. You can go to thebigdealconference.com, thebigdealconference.com to get your tickets. And we would love to see you there, thebigdealconference.com. And you can use the coupon code Big Deal to get a discount on it. And it's going to be absolutely phenomenal, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Awesome. So, Dr. Adu, we just want to thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for taking the time to answer the questions and sharing all of your expertise on building your brand online. And we hope that the listeners took copious notes and that they apply the notes. Genius, I just want to say, as we wrap up today, once again, thank you again for your time. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Awesome. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com. So once again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. The Cash App handle is the $BBXUSA. So again, $BBXUSA to donate via Cash App. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We definitely want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. We have NC100, the Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, the Hello LLC, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business USA. And once again, Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you, as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpo.usa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about TrueSelf. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for TrueSelf is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Okay. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Helene Joseph. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black entrepreneurs, Black owners, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all across the United States. Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, I have the honor and distinct privilege of welcoming to the screen our military veteran, Dr. Carrie Jackson. So Dr. Carrie Jackson is a veteran of the U.S. Army and a seasoned professional with over 19 years of experience in information systems management. In addition to her business ventures, she is also the co-founder of a nonprofit organization called A Grateful Heart Abounds, which aims to help at-risk individuals and bridge the gap between local resources, nonprofits, and those in need of service. So without any further ado, I want to welcome Miss Carrie Jackson, our veteran of the U.S. Army.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, Miss.
Okay. Well, I guess instead of this being a fireside chat, I guess I'm going to go live and do a presentation. Oh, wow. All right. So as she was saying, my name is Carrie Jackson. I'm not a doctor. I'm just regular old Carrie Jackson. And yes, I do have a nonprofit. It's called A Grateful Heart Abounds, and it's there to target and help the at-risk individuals, and more so highlight the struggles that we have within or the breakdowns that there are between the nonprofits and the city organizations, the government organizations in the community, and how we can actually bridge the gap and make it a lot better. I do have over 19 years of information systems management experience. And so with that, and with my passion to help people, that is where I started to do brand management and brand development and marketing. So I help individuals establish and build out their brand that they may have. Oh, I'm not sure if she's coming back in here.
I am here. Apologies for any technical difficulties. So just making
it's okay.
So thank you so much. So tell me a little bit more about what you were saying before I got so rudely interrupted by technology.
It's okay. I think I have those issues too sometimes. Basically, what I was saying, I touched a little bit on the the nonprofit organization, A Grateful Heart Abounds, on how it is more on identifying and filling in the gaps so that we can better serve and identify the different areas that at-risk individuals may need services and how to improve the programs that provide those services. And then with my diverse background with information systems, that has led me to doing the brand development and management for different clients. And one of my key things that I always go to that I tell everyone, I even have shirts for it, is to trust the process. Because sometimes we get so lost in the end goal or trying to meet a mark that we forget to just trust the process and trust the moment that we're in at the current moment, at the current time. So just having the reminder of trust the process.
Awesome. So can you just dive into that a little bit more? Can you let us know the origins of trust the process and how it came to be? Like, how did you even start putting it on t-shirts?
So I guess the origin of it, I was going through, I'm not going to say it was like a midlife crisis. I like to call it a life reset almost a decade now. It was a life reset point. And as I was going through and just trying to balance everything, I realized that, you have to take it moment by moment. Because some days were very hard. I was going through a battle with being homeless, not having a place for my daughter to stay, having a place for myself to stay. So just trying to tackle those things and get back to a place of normalcy, like to get back to, having a roof over your head and having money to pay the bills and actually have bills to pay and feel good about it, if that's a thing.
It is a thing. I think Tupac has a song where he says he loves that he can pay rent when it's due. It's a thing.
Yes, yes, that's exactly it. To be able to pay rent when it's due and have a light bill to pay, like those are good things. Sometimes we don't look at them like that, but those are good things. But when the struggle was hard, it was one of those things where I think I was talking with someone and they were like, okay, if you can't focus on, or I was talking with someone and I was reminded of in the military and then also in the contractor world, government contractor world, there would be something called the 59-minute rule. So the 59-minute was like a leave that a civilian, because a civilian couldn't take the whole 60 minutes, and then it would be actually paid time that they would have to be paid. So it's like a 59-minute where it's like a leave. So when I looked at it, I was like, okay, if I just break it down to 59 minutes and I try to make it to the next set of 59 so it can reset, then, maybe I can make it through that moment or that time. So it's like I had to I started like some days it would be just the 59 seconds to get to the new minute. Some days it would be 59 minutes to get to the next hour. And then the next thing is to get to 11:59. So, they say that, you have new grace, new mercies, new blessings in a new day. And the new day starts right at midnight. In the military world, it goes back to 000, right? For the new day. So at 23:59 or 11:59, however you want to look at that time, it's like if you could just make it to that 59th minute, then you have a new day. It's a reset. You can start all over and just take it and learn how to just go by the small progressions. Because sometimes we get caught up with trying to make those leaps, or, oh, we got this big task list to finish. But what if you don't finish that task list for the day? What if you can't check off all of those boxes, but you did check off one, So sometimes we have to take a moment. Say again?
Give yourself some grace.
Yeah, give yourself some grace. Just allow for that 59-minute, like apply that 59-minute rule to your life. Like say, okay, I'm gonna take this 59. That was my grace period, and I'm gonna go back and start over with the next set. So
Awesome. So tell us, and you shared a lot already, but tell us what actually inspired you to get this project started, and can you speak to the mission if you haven't already?
Okay, so as far as with the nonprofit, what inspired me to start helping those individuals was, I was already actively in the community, and I would get individuals that would come to me. They're like, hey, go check out this resource center. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing and whatever. So one day I did actually go and check it out. And when I went there, it was something as simple as just like, it was a cold day and there wasn't anything hot for them to drink. So I went, I asked them if I could get some coffee or, some stuff for, the individuals that had been out in the cold hours, in the cold night, to have something hot to drink. And so, just that little bit would make a difference in, their lives, give them the smile that they needed, or that one little bit of substance to get them through the next day. So you remember on how I was mentioning on how I went and I was living, through the grace of the 59 minutes and trying to grow to get to the next point. And now I had a chance to give back. And so that's where it's a grateful heart abounds, because out of, the abundance of my heart, then I can then give back, and then they'll give back, because a grateful heart abounds.
Awesome. The cycle that just keeps on giving. I like that. So tell us a little bit about who Miss Carrie J is and what your role is in the Trust the Process initiative.
Okay, so Miss Carrie J is pretty much like who I am. In part of learning about brand development and brand management, I learned that you are your brand. I have an issue a lot of times with being in the limelight. I like to be in the backstage and doing things. However, when it came to placing a name on something, I was like, well, if this is my brand, then, Miss Carrie JX, that would represent. And then my last name is Jackson, but the X kind of allows room for play. So it allows me to be the different versions of me, whether it is the nonprofit organizer or the brand developer or the event manager or the moderator or the speaker or the author. Like that X allows for all those different aspects to come out. And one of the things that is going to be coming out here soon is that I'm going to work on doing a podcast. And that podcast is going to be just about trusting the process. So plan to have different individuals that will come on there and talk about their adversities and then how they overcame it, or even on how they could be overcoming it on a day-to-day basis. One of the things that I have learned is that sometimes it's best to just have that real talk. The real talk helps you go through the trauma points that we tend to hide and run from. It's a little bit easier for you to apply grace and mercy for yourself or for someone else when you actually give the liberty of having that actual conversation between you and another individual.
Okay, so it sounds as if you immerse yourself in the process of it all. So how does trust the process aim to empower individuals in the community? Like, what is the actual work that's being done in the community to empower the people?
All right. So as of right now, I had to place a pause on my current activity, but the activity is still to provide that encouraging word, the small drink of coffee, tea, oatmeal, grits, whatever is needed to help them have the encouraging word. And then to be there if they need someone to call on and talk to. That those are still the guiding points.
Awesome. And then are you able to share some success stories, of any individuals who have benefited from trust the process? Or any
Yes, so there was
share? Yes.
yes,
Share.
so yes, so one me second. But no, so there was a family that I worked closely with from, I want to say, like December all the way up until right towards the end of February. And, they were really down and struggling. And regardless of whatever the hurdle was, we breathe through it. We trust the process, and now they have their home, they have a car, they are, a complete 360 from where they were back in November.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. That's huge. So now they're experiencing the joy of having rent to pay, which is amazing.
Yes, now they're experiencing the joy of having rent to pay and electricity to pay. Yes. Oh, the joys, the little pleasures in life, it's the simple things.
Yes, yeah. And then so how does trust the process foster trust and collaboration within the communities? And I'm sure I'm getting the sense of it based off of your work, but just, I guess, reiterate it for the people who are watching online or will catch the replay.
Yes. So one of the things that, it's almost like it becomes a beacon of light that, that's put out there to shine in the darkness. And then it's like, once you have given the light, then you can pass on that light to someone else to then take up the torch and run the race. So earlier I started to mention that I had to personally put a pause because I had some other things going on in life. However, there were people that I had connected with in the community, and they have taken up the torch and they are running with it. There are a lot of changes and different initiatives that are coming within the community. I think I read just probably a week ago where they were talking about possibly placing little tiny homes for individuals on a block of land so that we can, provide a better place for the at-risk individuals or for those that are homeless. And then to shine the light on how sometimes the services, they get bottlenecked. There's people out here that have an emergent need where it's like they don't need, to wait 3 weeks, 4 weeks, go through red tape in order to get services that they need. The need for someone that's at risk or someone that is actually in a homeless situation is, it's like a 24, 72 hours, like, what can be done to help sustain for this moment. And working with the community and communicating and us coming together as a unit. If I think back where a couple of months back, that we were still trying to identify key players, key organizations that make things happen. And since then, like, there's a lot of them that we've come together as a unit to help one another, better service those that are at risk. And that is the goal, and that's the beauty, to be able to see those things happen.
Wow. So I think this next question fits right in line with what you just expressed, but we want to understand, what are the core values that guide Trust the Process in its work?
Okay, you were breaking up a little bit, so
Okay,
I do believe you're going to need to repeat that question.
Sure, no problem. I was asking, what are the core values that guide Trust the Process in its work?
Did you say guide?
Yep, some of the values that guide the work that you're doing. Did you hear me okay?
I did not
No
hear
problem.
the question.
No problem. I was asking, what are some of the core values that guide some of the work that you're doing with Trust the Process?
Okay, so some of the core values in the work that I'm doing, I would say, would be faith and trust and patience. And at the end of that would be resilience, learning how to become a resilient individual through faith, trust, and grace.
Okay. And then I know that you're mentioning some of the work that you're doing to help families that are in immediate need, but can you describe some of the programs or activities offered through Trust the Process that are related to equity and inclusion? I hope you heard me okay. I could definitely repeat the question.
It's very choppy.
I understand. I apologize. So the question is, again,
That's okay.
No problem. Thank you for understanding. Where was I? How does Trust the Process address issues related to equity and inclusion? And we're going to wait for Ms. Jackson to get back on the line, but we have with us today Ms. Carrie Jackson and her organization doing work under the theme of Trust the Process. And she is a former Army veteran who's taken on some work in her community. And so we're really gracious to hear from her today and definitely appreciate her time. And we're going to give her a few minutes to get back into the room. And until then, maybe I can pull up more of her bio and I could share that with you so that we have a full understanding of the work that Ms. Carrie J is doing. So in addition to her work in the nonprofit sector, Carrie is also involved in a business partnership with Inkblot Strategic Consulting, where she helps other brands and businesses with their marketing and strategic consulting needs. Her entrepreneurial spirit and passion for identifying opportunities for investment and growth have allowed her to grow personally, professionally, and financially in the network marketing industry. So even though she has a huge heart to help the community, she's definitely positioning herself to make sure that the funding is there to be able to do that work. Carrie is also a contributing author in The Extraordinary Makeover, Hidden Expressions of the Everyday Woman, where she encourages women to realize their potential, to dream again, and to move through life boldly and unafraid. She is a dedicated mother and is known for her ability to get things done, which we love. And we need people like that in the community who can get things done. And she does this both in her personal and professional life. So Carrie looks forward to each moment that makes life great and is committed to making a positive impact in our community. And so we've been super grateful to have Miss Carrie J on the line with us today, and looking forward to hearing more from her. Hey, and here she is. That's awesome.
Yes. I don't know what I missed.
I just
this
went
connection is
no problem. I just went through more of your bio so that people knew more about you. And then I can jump back into the questioning. I wanted to know, I guess I can ask, what are some of the main challenges you've encountered while building and running Trust the Process?
so some of the, I guess, the main challenges outside of, just day-to-day processes would just be, initially it was a support thing. It was looking for individuals that were like-minded, that had the same goals of being community-minded first, and not, with the goal of what's in it for me. So, partnering with individuals that had the same heart, mind, to put community first is, one of the, I guess it's one of the struggles, because, sometimes you only see someone's representative before you actually meet them. And, but like my mom always says, it all comes out in the wash, and what doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse. So.
Understood. But at the end of the day, you're still able to make contact with the people that you need to in order to get things done.
Yes. We have been able to, break through the barriers, and sometimes it does require the persistence or the additional just continuing to just trust that the process will work.
Most definitely, 100% agree. And then how does the trusted process address issues related to equity and inclusion? I think this was the question I was trying to ask you earlier. So hopefully you heard it this time. Oh, you just muted yourself, actually.
Oh, is that better? I'm sorry.
That's
all right.
Okay.
So as far as equity and inclusion, it's, equity is about acceptance, and I think inclusion is about acceptance as well. And sometimes, as far as when we look at how diverse of a community we have grown to become, we have to, I guess, stand strong on certain pillars that at the end of the day, everyone has the right to a pursuit of happiness, and they have a right to their freedom, regardless of who they are, what shape, background, or I guess color, creed, nationality, belief, whatever it is. We're all entitled to those inalienable truths and those inalienable rights. And, with each, I think with each hurdle, or with each barrier, there is a separate process. However, at the end, like I said, it might be a long 59-minute. you might be counting 59 seconds for a while before you can get to that minute, because it may be a hurdle, because sometimes it requires a mind shift of different individuals within the community. And that's not something that tends to happen overnight or within a few weeks. Like, it requires a persistent face or a resilient stance in order for the mind shift to change.
Agreed. And then, so what are some of the programs that maybe you used to run or are currently running with Trust the Process in the community, that maybe some other community members are helping you with running and facilitating?
Yeah, so it was a big outreach, as far as outreach coordination, to make sure that, individuals that needed food and supplies, or that needed that morning wake up, that they would get it. So it was an outreach service, and that is still going on. There are still individuals that have taken up that torch and are working together to ensure that individuals are getting, their food and stuff at least like twice a week, and that those needs are being met.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And then does Trust, so since you have a background in information systems technologies, we want to know, how does Trust the Process leverage technology and innovation in its approach?
How does it diverse technology?
No,
Is that what you said?
How does it leverage? So how do you use technology in your approach?
Okay, so that is where the podcast would come in at, because the podcast would be how it would use technology in its approach. There is the podcast, which will be debuting in May for Mental Health Awareness Month. And that will cover, the ongoing conversation, make it safe to have the conversation about mental mindsets, and actually having that mind shift. You can find me at Miss Carrie J, or Miss Carrie _JX. And then there's also a Grateful Heart Abounds. Awesome. On Instagram and Facebook.
Awesome. Well, we want to thank you so much for your time, and we want everyone to remember that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
On the other side.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America, in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them.
I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator, the last business moderator for this evening on April 4th, the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have had speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community that is sharing its knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And I want you to bring to the stage, last but not least, Dr. Eric Kelly III, an esteemed African-American artist and founder of the North Carolina Artists Hall of Fame. Is also the visionary behind the Black Business Expo USA. This pivotal event, headquartered in Durham, North Carolina, showcases and supports Black entrepreneurs, fostering vital networking and new business opportunities across the region. Dr. Kelly's artistry in abstract expressism over the last 3 decades has deeply influenced his approach to education and empowerment, using his platform to advocate for economic inclusion and community development. His mission extends beyond art, aiming to inspire the next generation and enhance corporate relations, with the Expo offering educational programs and scholarships to aspiring students. As a leader, educator, and advocate, Dr. Kelly's work embodies his belief that what you are looking for is looking for you, making significant strides in the cultural and economic enrichment of his community. Let us welcome Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good day, wherever you are. Hey, Grant, how's it going?
It's going great. Every time we get this opportunity to close out an amazing week to talk about some of the things that you want to talk about, and I'm sure you've witnessed a lot of things from Monday to now that you want to talk about.
Well, not only did I witness a lot, I saw some of the greatest, some of the most brilliant people on the planet, from places like the UK, from places like Africa, from places like North America, and even Australia. And so I just can't wait to begin to say to all of the people this evening, what this week really means, not only to my family, but to history. And of course, as we say,
genius is common. Now see you on the other side.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. First of all, I like to say to each person that has witnessed, the audience, thank you for traveling through this journey of 7 days of this week. Want to say to you, thank you for taking out your time to listen to speakers who spoke about different issues of business. Before I talk about each day, I want to talk about the Black Business Olympics, how it started, how it began, and how it's transformed into a movement for history. When the pandemic hit us all, we sat there and we wondered, what would we do? How would we move? And it seemed that the efforts of the Black Business Expo, which was a show that was going on each year in North Carolina. This show was a show that showcased business owners from across the state of North Carolina, doing some 300 booths, 350 booths to be exact, some 3,000 to 5,000 people coming each year, starting in 1991. And the reason for that expo was to raise scholarships for kids. This expo was the brainchild of Lovella Stansel Kelly. Yes, indeed, my grandmother. And this movement, this idea, moved people in business throughout North Carolina. This movement gave me the wherewithal to do many things to help business owners. In those years, I ran an advertising agency called Kelly Worldwide. And Kelly Worldwide was a branding, advertising, public relations, marketing, merchandising agency. And so with that being said, we enjoyed putting on the expo. And this expo garnered so many business owners, that helped so many business owners to succeed. So as those things happen in the 90s and move on into the 2000s, we began to look at the why. And the reason that we did the expo was to raise scholarships for kids, to share with them laptop computers and money for them to go to school. And that was our impetus. And now as we moved on here in 2020, you got to understand that we began to look at the state of our students, the state of our kids. And we realized that 1 in 1,000 kids were committing suicide. And we wondered why that phenomenon was happening in the Black community. And we realized that our kids were being pushed into different areas. They were being pushed into entertainment. They were being pushed into athletics. They were being pushed into sports, pushed into acting, to singing, to dancing, and they were being pushed into crime. And so with that happening, our kids began to look for something else to do. And when you see the hopelessness in their faces, the ideas that they can't do anything, then the result was suicide. Now, when you start talking about 1 in 100,000 kids committing suicide, you're thinking, well, that's not a lot of people. Well, the average age in America is 27. The average age in Africa is 14. The average age in Brazil is 26. The average age in UK is 25. The average age in South America is 27. So when you throw those numbers out and you think about the average age of kids committing suicide is 18 to 25. So right in that same era of the future, our kids are committing suicide. So the Black Business Olympics is about saving them and letting them see that entrepreneurship is a way for wealth. And as we look at the Black Business Olympics, when 2020 came and the pandemic hit, we decided, and that was me, or I should say my mother and I, we talked about what would we do with the Black Business Expo, because the governor said we couldn't have more than 5 people in a room at that time. And so we decided to do the Black Business Olympics. Instead of doing a weekend event, because people were at home, we decided to do 7 days. And for those of you who've gone on this journey this week, you realized what we showcased. And what we showcased was 7 days. And each day was set up like an idea for a journey into business. On the first day was education, empowerment, and encouragement. The second day was advertising, public relations, marketing, merchandising, and sales. So first of all, you have to have the idea. You have to be encouraged. You have to have the education. And then you have to advertise. You have to do the merchandising, the sales. And then the third day was social media. How do you get your information out? We did 64 ways on how to do business on social media. Then Thursday was diversity, equity, and inclusion, and access to money. Because if you're included and you have no access, how can you run a business? Then on Friday was Generation X versus Generation Z. How do we bridge the digital divide? And of course, on Saturday was Black Business and the Culture, as we begin not to talk about the show, but talk about the business of show business, the business of being an actor, a singer, a dancer, or in any field that you were in. And then on today, it was Black Business and Innovation, as we had some outstanding speakers to speak about innovative ideas that we need to look at as Black business owners and as Black business supporters, as Black businesses. So with that being said, and before I get into my topic, into what I want to talk about, I'd like to first of all thank individuals who have made a difference and have made this actually happen. I want to thank my great-grandfather who walked into my room when I was only about 7 years old and said to me he wanted me to be a lawyer. And at that moment in my life, I looked at my great-grandfather, and we call him Papa Stansel, and I said, Papa, I don't want to be a lawyer. And he said, well, then what do you want to be? And I said, I wanted to be an artist. And he said, well, if you want to be an artist, where's your artwork? And this was the beginning of the journey of my life, because I went over to my bed. My grandmother gave me an ink pen when I was 4. And the reason I make that statement about she gave me an ink pen, because an ink pen, when you're an artist, you can't make no mistakes. And so I learned with an ink pen about making mistakes, not only in making mistakes in art, making mistakes in life. And so here again, I pulled those pieces of work that I was working on, and he looked at him, he said, you surely do want to be an artist. And he said, if you want to be an artist, then we're going to start a museum for you. And I was only 7. I didn't know what a museum was. And he took me to museums so that I could see them. And once I saw them, I was in a space of realizing what I wanted to be. I want to also thank Esther Stansel, his wife, my great-grandmother, who provided food and guidance for me when I was a young man, a young kid. I want to also thank Lovella Stansel Kelly, who was my first mother. And I say my first mother because I've had 2 mothers. My second mother was my mom's, Frances Cagle. I want to thank both of these ladies, because these ladies are the ladies who made me the man I am today. My first father was Henry Stansel, but to make me into the guy I am today, I want to thank Lovella Stansel Kelly and Francis Cagle, who even today tells me what to do. And I just love it because she is my mom. I want to thank my sisters. I want to thank the chef who cooks during the Black Business Olympics, Esther Sherrill. And then I want to thank my sister sponsors, Lisa, we call her Crystal Williams. And I want to thank Alfreda, my youngest sister. These are my two main sponsors of what I do. And when I say main sponsors, I mean mental sponsors and financial sponsors of what I do, giving me the idea that I can continue to do what I do and don't stop and don't let nobody stop me from stopping. Then, of course, I like to thank the team. And when I begin to talk about the team of people who have worked to make this whole week happen, I have to begin to talk about Alonzo Cagle, my brother. Have to definitely talk about him as he continues to push me to continue to push this idea and this journey forward. I want to thank a young lady who's come into my life as a person who continues to surprise me each and every day. Want to thank a young lady by the name of Maroc Hicks. Maroc Hicks, for those of you who are speakers, you know when you get information, it's coming from Maroc Hicks. When you get your information, your bios, your scripts, and all the things that happen behind the scenes, it's Maroc Hicks. When you are thinking about this show and you get to be a speaker, you will learn to know Maroc Hicks. I also want to thank Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, who has been more than a rock, who has been more than a young lady who's come to the Black Business Olympics and shown us the way to think, to feel. I would say she's the heart of the Black Business Olympics. And as I begin to thank people, this is what we must do. We must thank each person who not only attends, but we must thank the people who make it happen. I want to thank the president of the Black Business Olympics. I want to thank Angela Green and the chairman of the board, Gerald Stone. I want to continue to thank people who have also been in the background. I want to thank R.J. Stevens, young man who's been making things happen, who's looking at what we're doing and is pushing the envelope of progress for us to move forward. I want to thank Andrea Adams. Not only Andrea Adams, I want to thank Fazelma Lynn. Yes, indeed, a young lady with 911 Parenting University. I want to thank another individual. I want to thank Sidney Warmsby and Grant McGaugh from Omaha. As these young men continue to work with me, I want to thank Carla Allen, who works on the weekends for us. I want to thank Helene Joseph, who today exemplified what Blackness is all about. A young lady who stepped in and moderated all day long. Just a force of nature. When I begin to thank people, I don't want to forget a young lady who travels so far and works with her mom and still comes to our meetings and looks at what we're doing and works hard to continue the success. I want to thank Carrie Jackson. Now, I want to get into my people who spoke. I want to get into the people who really made this happen for us. And I'm going to try to move kind of rapidly because I know my time is running down. And when time is running, you know, I always say, this was a long week, but it's not longer than life. I want to thank my moderators on Monday, Barbara H. Smith, Tamisha Thomas, and Fazelma Lynn, who did outstanding work. Our speakers on Monday who talked about encouragement, who talked about leadership, who talked about the greatness of being in business. I want to thank Dominique Simpson Milton. I want to thank Arlo Washington, Chasima Giles, Tammy Washington. I want to thank Vanessa Kelly. I want to thank Kimberly Michelle, Wesley Green, and of course, Chad Lawson Cooper and Joel Savant. Great speakers on Monday. On Tuesday, I want to thank the moderators, R.J. Stevenson, who really all day, he moderated all day. He and Grant McGaw. You got to understand, R.J. Stevenson moderated Tuesday and did fireside chats. Fireside chats all day and moderating all day. That's what Blackness is all about. The speakers, we had Muriel Tukerson, and she was from Australia. We had Rick Rollins out of Atlanta, Georgia. We had Joseph Simmons, Odessa Clark. We had Sedona McPaul, Andre Ward. We had Dr. Dennis Goplin. We had Dr. Carol Bob Green, who was scheduled to speak for us. We look forward to her speaking next month. We had Lee Roy Jones, Dr. Dennis. We also had Joy T. Lane, as these speakers spoke about advertising, public relations, marketing, sales, and merchandising. Then on Wednesday, which was 64 ways to do social media, we had Grant McGaw from Omaha, Cassandra Mitchell, and the incomparable Maroc Hicks. Our speakers started out in the morning with Alan Thornton of 40 Acres Conference. We had Dr. Barbara Wright, the $1 million grant maker. We had Roy T. Wright. We had Andrea Adams, Dr. Tandra Price, a priceless individual who talked about networking. We had Crystal Logo, and want to stop there for a minute, who not only did a presentation, but stepped in and moderated for us. We had Renata Brown, of Black Hour Street. We had Carla Hill, Artista Williams. And then we had Fazelle Malin, Parenting 911, Angela Baptiste, and Elton Benjamin. Now on Thursday, which was a great day, Thursday's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Day, we had our moderators, Kerry Jackson, Andre Ward, and again, Maroc Hicks. Our speakers were Edward Amy, Tasima Giles, Sean Ho Kim. We had Christopher Chestnut, Michelle Mander, who was in Africa talking about the jewels. We had Sharon Thicklin. We had CJ Spencer, Kyle Green, Pamela McKinney. We had Ivanka Farabee. We had Dr. Latoya L. Smalls. And then, of course, closeout show with the incomparable Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. And those were the speakers for 4 days. And I want to say to them, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Then, of course, on Friday, we had Grant McGaw of Omaha, Cassandra Mitchell, and Kerry Jackson. Want to say to you three moderators, because y'all are the lifebloods, y'all do 4 hours. Want to say thank you for what you did. And then the speakers, Michelle Mander out of Africa, Fazelle Malin, Fiona Shivers, Brenton Thomas. We also had Evans Magande. We had Rudy Bailey. We had Shanita Moore, attorney Larry D. Halls, Keenan Jones, Dr. Margaret Grant Maynard. We had Denise Wright and Danielle Moore as we continued to move through the week. And then on Saturday, which was Black Business and the Culture, our moderators again was Grant McGaw. And then we had the beautiful Spiritual Teak to come in all the way from London. And she was one of our moderators that did an outstanding job. And then Andre Adams showed up in the evening to close it out with speakers like Dr. Curtis Charles, Trinidad, Darius A. Stanton, Melvina Ford, Renee Holtz, Sonia McCarter, and of course, Toria Hodge, excuse me. And then we had Dr. Audrey Oliver, Dr. Stephanie Audrey, and Kiti Awadu, who talked about health and how to change your health and what to think about how you live. Then we had Toria Hodge again. We had Jay Hammond, who talked about cryptocurrency. And you know, that was just on Friday. Then on Saturday, we had Levon, on Sunday, which is today, we had a gentleman by the name of Levon. Then we had Helene Josephs. And want to just again stop and say to Helene Josephs, thank you, thank you, thank you. You showed us today what Blackness was all about. You showed us today what commitment was all about. You showed us today what living the life is all about. Want to thank you again. And then, of course, we had Kerry Jackson, one of our moderators. Now, our speakers were Bakeka Blakemore, Dr. Enola Forte, Wade Randolph, T.J. Wright, Dr. Sade Adu. And for those who missed Dr. Sade Adu, you really missed a treat. As not only did she take the time out to talk about innovation and talk about branding, she did 2 hours. She did a marathon. She did 2 hours where she answered questions that came from our audience. And when she started to talk, she was so exciting to the questions that started shooting into our inboxes. And she was so kind to take all of those calls, to take all of those questions and answer each one of those questions. And what a wonderful job she did. And then after her, we had a fireside chat with Helene and, of course, Kerry Jackson. And as we end the day, I want to say to each and every one of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if there is somebody out there that I didn't mention your name, hold it to my head, but not to my heart, because I love you. I believe in what you're doing. I believe that with you, we can make it happen. And to all of the Black businesses that didn't get a chance to speak, just remember that your legacy depends upon what you do and not what we do. That is also powerful. Your legacy depends on what you do, not what we do. And let me do maybe a few minutes presentation for all of those who are still here with us. I want you to think about why you were here. I want you to think about what did you get out of it. I want you to think about where you was when this was happening. I want you to think about when did you get a message that changed your life. I want you to think about where you was when you saw this historical moment happening in time. Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases in the history of time in the world. Yes, indeed, streaming to over 200 countries. Where were you when that happened? And I want you to think about how are you going to change what you're doing as maybe a solopreneur, a teampreneur, or as an individual. Tonight, I want you to think about what is your mindset? What is your mindset? Why do you think like you think? Why is your mindset? How is your mindset shaped for you to do business? What is your skill set with your mindset? What skills do you have to create the type of business that you want to be in? But more importantly, how did you get your mindset? I want you also to think about your state of mind. The reason that I break up the mindset, the mind set and the mind state is because our mindset is set up by our environment. And if our environment is a poverty mindset, then we want to start from the bottom to go to the top. If our mindset is set on earning, then we want to start at the top and float to our sweet spot. So what is your mindset? Do you always come to a meeting and work on making a deal and devaluing your value? As my great-grandfather used to say, if you don't value your value, then your value is not valuable. And my value is these kids. Now, your state of mind is how you react to things that are around you in your business. I'm going to say that again. Your state of mind is not your mindset, because your mindset is developed by your environment. And it's easy to change your mindset. But what is your state of mind? Are you able to think about what you truly want, or are you doing things in terms of following the follower? Which means that somebody told you about a job, you got a job, and now you're working on the job. Somebody told you about a business, it was been successful for them, and you started a business like them. That's called following the follower. Is that your state of mind? Or is your state of mind for you to create your legacy on the planet? Well, in order to deal with that, you have to have a mind shift. And what a mind shift is, when you look at how your mind is set, and then you look at what really is your state of mind, and make a decision whether you like where you are, what you're doing, and where you are going. When you're not doing something that you will do for free, when you're not doing something that you live, not love or like, when you're not doing you, then you need a mind shift. Now, in order to have a mind shift, you have to look at what is called your mind print. And your mind print is all about, what does your mind do with you? I'll say that again. What does your mind do with you? Your mind print is your subconscious mind. What's in your subconscious mind? What do you think about each and every day? I call that a part of the mind print. I call that your gray print, because you can put a lot of garbage in it to turn black. You can put a lot of good things in it, and it will expand. Think about your subconscious thoughts this morning when you woke up. What did you think about? What did you declare this day was going to be about? Then, of course, inside of your mind print, there's your red print, which is what courses through your blood. How do you show up? How do you handle what's going on in your life? Do you get ticked, mad? Are you emotional? Do you fall into those areas of greed, emotion? Do you fall into those three categories? Greed, emotion. Do you fall into those three categories? And I'm going to let you think about the third one. And then it's your blueprint. And your blueprint is your industry. Remember earlier I said that there are things that you must do about your mind shift. And you have to be ready and prepared for your mind shift. Now, I want you to think about your blueprint. And your blueprint is, who is the top company in the industry doing what you're doing? Many times we say, well, I want to do it my way. And you spend yourself time going in circles, doing it your way, and not looking at what your industry is doing, because your industry has already made all of the mistakes. And then your green print. And your green print is, How do you earn money off the industry? Now, my great-grandfather used to say to me that none of this means anything. Nothing, unless you take these 5 or 6 other principles that he gave to me when I was a child. Now, the last but not least on your mind print is your black print. And your black print is your exit strategy, your retirement, and your wealth management. Are these things that you have in place? If not, you got to look at those things. And then, of course, your time stamp. What are you going to leave on the planet when it's all gone? And as I was beginning to think about these things, I want to leave you guys with what my great-grandfather used to say about life. He said the number one thing to do is thinking. The number 2 thing is sales. The number 3 thing is research. I know them like the back of my hand. The number 4 thing is to be relentless in everything you do. And number 5 is energy, because energy equals money, he would say. And then, of course, the one that most people in business will not do. The one that people in business will disappear when that time comes. The one that people will be called cowards to their emotion. My great-grandfather used to say, you got to be committed. And only a committed mind can make it happen. Commitment is the only piece that makes all of this happen. Many of us live in 4 quadrants. We live in 4 spaces in our life. We live in the past. We're thinking about what we could have done way back when to make our lives better. That's called living in regret. Then we have people who live and reflect, and they're reflecting on their life in the past and reflecting on their life in the future and reflecting on their life in the today. And they stay in that space all the time of reflection. And then there are people who live in what we call anxiety, living in and thinking about what the future holds. But today, I want you to live in the today, which is called happiness. I want you to live in your life today. And think about today is what you have an opportunity to change. Not your past, not your reflection, not your future, but your today. I want you to think about that as we close out today. Yes, indeed, as I bring back the guy who brought me on, I hope I've touched some things that have you to understand that your today, right now, is the happiest time of your life because you are living your life.
Hey, thank you for that source of inspiration, Dr. Kelly. You are so right. You can only live in the present, and the present is what is in front of you, and you have a choice to make to live that present in happiness or in another state that you cannot control, but you can definitely control your present. Thank you so much for that information.
Well, we want to thank you, Grant, for doing all the great things that you've done. You know, I've talked about the team. You're one of the team members. You really make it happen. You know, your company is an outstanding company. When we look at our branding and look at the things that we're doing, your hands are all the way deep in it to ensure that we do what we say we're going to do and that we make it happen. And with that being said, I want to again thank all the people as we continue to say, and of course you can say it with me, genius is common.
And
we'll I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090